can. There is no cowardice in hiding until you're supercharged. But I'll see it. I'll see it every time. Five minutes remain. A strong start. Fight on. Double down. You're winning. Stay strong. now. This is wonderful! Keep it up, and victory is yours. 1 minute. You have this. Sound tactics bring victory.
Iron Banner. This contest will shape you into something stronger. Go. Now you are the hunted. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Stupid teammate, man. Why were you pushing my back forward so I couldn't get into cover? No wonder why we're losing so badly.
The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. The hunt has ended. The wolf's howl may be the last thing. Soon. 5 minutes remain. The flames have gone cold. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. I'm calling it. 10 seconds. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. They got the better of you.
You morons need to get the fuck out of this game mode.
Defeat only stops you if you let it. The Iron
How dare
Banner
you be
is
so
always
stupid and
open
go
to
into
you.
the Crucible when you have no idea how to go into the Crucible? Could have at least watched a frickin' YouTube video of how to do this shit, folks. I have never seen more pathetic people in my whole life, man. And I've seen some really bad teammates. I really don't understand this shit. Only thing I can comprehend is parents are being so stupid. They're letting their children play video games. And they're playing stuff like this, and it's not a child game. Ooh. Oh yeah, I was gonna have a smoke spell. So those are right pairs. Now, if you don't know about this, well, there's kind of a target practice area. You get to see how much damage things do. You know how most people tested against Larry Gear, whatever the heck name they all decided on? This one's better. Nope, it doesn't fire fast enough for full auto. Okay. Actually, no. Huh. Not bad. So that's his crit alpha. I mean, oops, one on the crit alpha. The easiest way to do that is, as long as it's an explosive gun, get right under there. 1,738 per bullet, and it shoots, I think, 3? Yep, 3 bullets. So that'll be 3,000. Wow, that's crazy. A lot more than 3,000 per bullet. That's just a quick guess. I'm not even mathemizing it. Now at this range it should be about all the way across the map on a PvP session. Like, pick your furthest map. You literally put yourself against this wall. Straight ahead of it. And see your gun at its maximum distance. You'll be able to shoot it. PvP. The furthest it is. That one is not. Can't even hit that. See, doesn't hit. Aha. Pretty sure it's there. That's your distance. This is pushing it. You see? See the difference? Out of range by just. This one is just at the edge of your range. And then the really messed up part with this gun, because I've been testing Osteostriga since we were able to use it. Even with 75 range, and heck, I even increased it to as the most range I could put on this thing, hoping, you know what? I wonder what the benefits of an SMG with high range will be. I think it was 90 at the most I had it, and it still shot the same distance it shoots now, at 75. So, instead of range, I made sure this one was recoil. Same with this one, escapability, add a tiny bit of range, and airborne. We'll want handling and stability on this thing. And here's the default. But yeah, anyway, that's the... If you have access to the Enclave there, that's the best spot to test your weapons. Because the hitbox is designed in a way so you can see what your basic attack is against other bosses. Each one of those bricks will do a different thing, and when you start getting used to your gun, using it enough, you'll see the tick marks, so you'll figure out which one is which. There's one for minimum damage, that's it's like a body shot against a player, and then another one will be the crit against the player, and then there's a different aisle which will be body shot against one of the AIs, and then there's actually one for the critical shots against AI. That's why I tell you that one's the best spot. You just have to figure it out yourself, and that's half the fun. Because trust me, once I realized, oh no way, this one's crit is this damage and that one's crit is that damage, but it's the same distance. And I realized, well, my BXR Battler hits for about 25 per crit on a player, and one of them was doing 25 crits, while on a different spot was, I think, doing 50 at one point, maybe 75 a crit. And I've never seen that number so high against a player. That has to be one of the environment guys. So I went in and tested it myself in solo, and yep, it worked. So that was one of the coolest things, and so far I've yet to come across anybody that knows that little tiny hidden gem feature about that spot. So, to those who watch, you're welcome and enjoy. One more time, that's in the Throne World to the Enclave. Wait, what? I'm wearing 505. What? How did I pull that off? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. I'll take it though.
Iron Banner. The Cabal say hunter knives are as sharp as Warbeast teeth, that no armor can stop them. I may have verified that rumor. hunt is on. Together, nothing can stop you. The hunt has ended. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt.
That looks like a Excalibur.
Another hunt will come soon. Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt. The flames have gone cold. 5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The hunt has ended. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. That shut them down. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Tucked into the nade.
Now you are the hunted. The hunt has ended. 3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. You are in control. Show them what that means. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over. Another hunt will come soon. Good. That's two. There are days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus. Iron Banner. The match has begun. Opponent took the lead.
bullshit just as I was about to hit my slide. There's no frickin' way.
The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Another hunt will come soon. They hear the howls and no fear. The howl of one. Return to the fight. Minutes left. Sound tactics so far. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Like a line of thralls, you are in control. Show them what that means. Another hunt will come soon. They hear the howls and no fear. The hunt has ended. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. 30 seconds. Stay on them. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Enough. Your victory is secured. Few could have done better.
Excuse me.
Iron Banner. Let the contest begin. Together, nothing can stop you. the opponents down. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Let the wolves hunt. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Minutes left. Sound tactics so far. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Now you are the hunted. Another hunt will come soon. Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt. This dawn is coming, Guardian. Finish this. Another hunt will come soon. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Victory is yours. There are days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus.
Nice.
Iron Banner. The Iron Banner held high. Stay focused.
Great. A team that doesn't stick together. You're going to lose. You frickin' morons. Team, you need to check your minion map. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Sucking your thumbs?
The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. flames are lit, and you are the prey.
Bullshit, so how did the...
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
No frickin' way they could have shot mine out like that.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh look, one of our teammates is so yellow belly cowardice, he runs away. Ensuring we absolutely fail. Wow. I'm done carrying your ass, team. If you're gonna lose harsh. Nope.
Now you are the hunted. Another hunt will come soon. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Another hunt will come soon. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Three minutes left. They've almost taken this one. Make them earn it. The hunt has ended. The hunt is on. This is your end. Fight. The flames have gone cold. Even after this defeat, your will is unbroken. I know it.
No, my will isn't. Frickin' children are allowed in this game. Drooling, crayon-eating retards are somehow allowed in this game.
Iron Banner. Use everything in your power. Fight and prevail. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Together, nothing can stop you.
His animation is still in the run. Screw you, Lobload. I knew that first kill on me was in the way. And that second one wouldn't be it. Why the hell did a crouch happen when I'm trying to jump? Yes, that's multiple people doing very messed up shit on this shit. kibbles there. I wasn't able to move my aim up to his head. It was just locked on there. No, what was that? Fuck.
5 minutes remain.
Oh, so now it worked. Good. Bye-bye.
Powerful statement. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. You strike as one. Another hunt will come soon.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. 3 times now, that same dude. Doing mode shit.
The flames are lit, and you are the prey. The flames have gone cold. Please, the hunt is on. The hunt has ended.
Bullshit.
3 minutes left.
There's no way you didn't take any more damage than that, dude. And then that dude forces me downwards to the ground? What the? Yeah, no. Sorry, team, but no. I'm not staying where there's cheaters. Your best advice, leave too. That's... wow. Beyond words, just wow.
My name is Tyler Holden, and I am the Vice Chair of the Young Americans for Freedom chapter here at UNCG. Whether you agree or disagree with Mr. Knowles' viewpoints, we are glad that you're here, and we encourage everyone to keep an open mind and listen to what he has to say. Keep in mind that persons may not obstruct, disrupt, interrupt, or attempt to physically force the cancellation or end of the event. If this happens, UNCG police will escort you out of the auditorium. There will be an opportunity for you to ask questions during a Q&A at the end of the lecture, and we encourage you to ask challenging and respectful questions. Before welcoming tonight's guest, I would like to thank those who helped make this event happen. A special thank you to the Logan family for their generous support in making this event possible. Thank you to Young America's Foundation for sponsoring this event. And thank you to the phenomenal YAF staff and the supporters that believe in us and our chapter. Thank you to our amazing chapter members. Our chapter has grown immensely since its founding in 2020, and we continue to host initiatives such as the 9/11 Never Forget Project, Freedom Week, and the Pro-Life Timeline Project. Our chapter has persisted in the face of adversity. Over a year after endless calls to ban our chapter from campus for simply stating a biological fact, not only are we still here, but we are looking forward to even greater meaningful accomplishments. We stand today as a testament to our principles, remaining steadfast in our unwavering purpose. It is an honor for our chapter to be hosting our long-awaited speaker, Michael Knowles. A man who really needs no introduction, Michael Knowles is host of The Michael Knowles Show at the Daily Wire, author of the book Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds, and he graduated from Yale University with a BA in History and Italian. He stands among the best in articulately communicating the message of truth. Please stand and join me in welcoming Michael Knowles.
Hello, thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here at UNC Greensboro.
Thank you to YAF, as always, for hosting. Thank you to the Logan family, of course, for sponsoring this lecture series. And thank you to everyone in this room for having the bravery to come in here with an allegedly genocidal maniac. I really appreciate it. It is now exactly 1 month since the liberal establishment, from the media all the way up to the White House, labeled me genocidal for saying that men don't belong in women's bathrooms. Genocide is, in fact, not one of my favorite things.
Welcome.
I am not genocidal. Genocide is among my least favorite things, right up there with plague, famine, and tofu. I don't like any of them. But the irony of the liberals defaming me as genocidal is that there is a genocide occurring in our country right now, and the liberals are the perpetrators, and the genocide is called abortion. Through the abortion genocide, liberals have murdered more than 60 million Americans since Roe v. Wade established a nationwide license to abortion in 1973. This genocide has disproportionately targeted and killed black Americans. We only have reliable racial demographic data for abortions in 26 states. In almost all of them, the percentage of abortion victims who are black vastly outnumbers the black percentage of the population. In about a quarter of the states for which we have reliable numbers, black people constitute an outright majority of abortion victims, despite constituting just 13.5% of the U.S. population. In certain cities, such as New York, more black babies are murdered in the womb than are born. In 2020, about 10,000 black people were murdered with guns, knives, bats, hammers, and the like in the United States.
Wasted.
That same year, at least 242,000 black people were murdered through abortion. And owing to underreporting, the true number of black abortion victims that year is certainly much higher. Even using the most conservative statistics available, 24 times as many black people were murdered through abortion as through all other means combined. This is not a bug of the abortion genocide, but a central feature, as Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger made clear when she wrote in a 1939 letter to one of her program directors, quote, "We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population." Black people have been disproportionately targeted and killed by abortion, but the genocide has claimed victims of all races, localities, and social strata. The genocide is ongoing, but the death toll of abortion is already larger than any non-abortion related genocide in history by at least an order of magnitude. Its perpetrators have defended this campaign on the grounds that such slaughter constitutes some sort of right. But of course, there can be no such right to murder someone, because murder is wrong, and wrongs are not rights. Pretty simple. Very simple. Now, what is a right? A right is a moral or legal authority to possess, claim, or use a thing as one's own. A right signifies the object of justice, and justice is a moral quality or habit which perfects the will and inclines it to render to each and to all what belongs to them. I don't mean to be pedantic, but today many people no longer know the meaning of basic words. They don't know the meaning of the word man and woman, and so I think it's probably prudent to define more abstract concepts such as right and justice, especially for the liberal operatives who are watching right now out in YouTube land. For those people, I found it's very good to speak slowly and make it nice and easy to digest. So we have rights and justice. What does all that mean practically? The liberals claim an implausible right to abortion based on a somewhat more plausible right to do whatever one pleases with one's own body. We'll get to more of that in just a moment. In the case of abortion, according to the liberals, there is a conflict between two rights: the baby's right not to be murdered and the mother's right to control her own body. In the familiar language of the Declaration of Independence, the conflict that the liberals view here is between the baby's right to life and the mother's right to liberty, or to the pursuit of happiness. But even according to this liberal framing, abortion is not defensible, because the right to life is not merely one right among many. The right to life is the fundamental right, without which none of the other rights are possible. Thomas Jefferson did not list life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness at random. Without life, there can be no liberty. Without liberty, one cannot pursue happiness. Even according to the liberal framework, it would be incoherent to claim that one's right to liberty trumped another's right to life, since the right to liberty depends upon the right to life. Now, the liberal view is wrong because the right to life and the right to liberty can never be in opposition, as the liberals mistakenly believe. This is because liberty is not the right to do whatever one chooses, but rather the right to do what one ought to do. There has been no better explanation of this true nature of freedom and slavery than the explanation given in the Gospel of St. John when Christ observes that the man who sins is a slave to sin. You do not need to be a practicing Christian or even to believe in God to understand this fact. All you have to do is look at the nearest drug-addled bum. According to the liberal view, the heroin addict in San Francisco is the freest man in the world. He can shoot up whenever he wants. The cops won't arrest him as long as he can lay his hands on a couple of bucks and he can score some dope and shoot it into his veins. He can pass out on the street and die of exposure or of an overdose. Isn't he so free? No, I don't think so. The heroin addict is among the least free people in the world. He is a slave to his addiction, as are all addicts, as are all people, because vice and virtue are both habits. And the longer one performs any habit, the harder it is to break. The liberals' fraudulent notion of liberty, also known as licentiousness, is nothing more than slavery to sin, which leads to spiritual and often physical death. So you can't kill babies. Okay. Now, this is the point of the debate when liberals, unable to defend abortion, will often attempt to deflect from this failure by bringing up the mostly unrelated point of capital punishment. They will say, "Oh, okay there, Mr. Conservative, you're so pro-life. Tell me what you think about the death penalty, huh? Ha ha, got you there." I like it. That's the spoiler. I like the death penalty a lot. And contrary to what some of these glib libs seem to think, there is no hypocrisy in simultaneously opposing abortion and supporting the death penalty. In fact, each follows naturally from the other, as the ultimate argument against abortion is the same ultimate argument in favor of the death penalty, namely that man is made in the image and likeness of God. Chickens and bugs and rutabaga do not have a special right to life. You would not be guilty of murder for eating a Chick-fil-A sandwich, or for stepping on an ant, or for doing with rutabaga whatever one does with rutabaga. Those things, I don't really know what rutabaga is. I just kind of like the word. It sort of sounds funny. Those things, however, are all created and alive, but they are not made in the image and likeness of God. They have souls proper to their nature because the soul is the principle of life. But they do not have a rational soul. They do not possess... Someone seems to object to my defense of life. I think there are a lot of people who do, but we'll have to explain it anyway. A lot of people try to shout this sort of thing down because there is not much of an argument against it. So we, maybe not the heckler, but we, the rest of us, possess intellect and will. And that is why we don't put ants on trial for biting us. That's why we don't arrest chickens for clucking too loudly. Animals lack the intellect to conceive of abstract concepts such as justice, and they lack the will to discipline their appetites to respect and pursue justice. Well, we don't arrest chickens for clucking, but I do think we ought to. You know how I could have told that that guy was going to be a problem? You know how I could have told? Because he's wearing a mask. And it was always very ridiculous to wear a mask. It was always very ridiculous, but it's especially ridiculous in this moment. That's all right. His little whistle isn't too loud, so I think we can probably get through it.
Those traits in which we feel enhance a guardian's journey.
Do aborted babies go to heaven? Well, it's a complex issue. There's the matter of limbo. Right, but there's the matter of limbo, because, well, I don't think he really cares about an explanation of this. But if anyone's interested in the finer points of Catholic theology, I'm more than happy to discuss them afterward. Anywho, all right, enough of that guy. So, what the liberals will frequently say is that these animals have rights, but they don't really have rights because they lack intellect and will. Human beings do have intellect and will, and because we conceive of right and and wrong and good and bad, because we can will to do good, even when our appetites attract us to things that are bad, as that poor man's appetite has attracted him, we can be held morally responsible for our actions, as I suspect he is about to be held responsible for his actions. And we must be held morally responsible, or else society would cease to function. Law would lose its force, reason would be ostracized from public life as it was ostracized from his head, and government would mean nothing more than the law of the jungle, according to which the strong dominate the weak through sheer brute force. This is why the Bible establishes the rationale for capital punishment in one of the earliest chapters of the very first book. And the argument is, whosoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. It does not say whoever blows a whistle in my face shall have his blood shed. That might be tempting, but that would not be just at all. But whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For God made man in his own image. Man's rational soul is the reason for protecting the innocent, as well as for punishing the guilty, up to and including capital punishment. It is because human life has special value that we must punish people who endanger it. So, we have no right to kill babies, but we do have a right through the civil authority to kill criminals. Okay, what else can the right to life teach us? Abortion advocates like to chant the phrase, not your body, not your choice. And that slogan, ironically, undercuts their own argument, as the baby's body is obviously not the mother's body, and the mother, therefore, does not have the right to choose to murder her baby by destroying his body. But the slogan reveals a deeper truth as well, and one that in recent years has been neglected by the right as well as by the left. And that is that the baby's body is not entirely the baby's either, and the mother's body is not entirely the mother's, and your body is not entirely yours either. One of the most bizarre euphemisms for woman that has emerged out of the transgender movement is the term vulva owner. Have you heard that? I'm not making that up. That's a real term. It's not just being used in the fringes of the internet by some online weirdos. It is being used by weirdos in newsrooms and journalistic outlets. It's being used in supposedly scientific publications. It's absurd not only because it attempts to avoid the simple word woman, but also because what it describes isn't real. There is no such person as a vulva owner or any other kind of body part owner. We are, in part, our bodies, but we do not own our bodies. We didn't make our bodies. We're going to have to surrender our bodies at the moment of our death, whether we want to or not. And in the meantime, there are all sorts of things that we might wish to do with our bodies that we're not allowed to do. You might wish to be like the guy in San Francisco and shoot up heroin, but in most places, for now at least, you have no right to do it. You might wish to sell yourself into slavery. People have weird kinks these days. You have no right to do that. That pesky 13th Amendment will get in your way. You might even wish to kill yourself. I hope you don't, but you might. And most places, for now at least, recognize that you have no right to suicide. If you really owned your body, real, absolute ownership, you would have the right to do those things. But you don't. Now, in recent years, liberals have attempted to overturn these prohibitions with some success. But there are now, as there always have been in every society, everywhere for all of history, all sorts of legal restrictions on what you're allowed to do with your body. That's because our forebears used their intellect to discern what is good and true, and then used their will to enshrine their conclusions into law and to enforce those laws for the common good. Liberals recoil from this fact. Liberals recoil from many facts, but they especially recoil from this one. They think this sort of talk smacks of religion. That's what that poor heckler was thinking about. He said, I don't want to hear about religion. I don't want to hear about good and bad. Well, it does smack of religion. Our founding fathers made no bones about it. The men who built our country spelled it all out in our founding documents. Not just the Declaration of Independence, which defines the nation by our Creator, who endows us with certain unalienable rights, but all of our founding documents, from the Mayflower Compact at our earliest founding, all the way up to Lincoln's second inaugural in the refounding of the Civil War. And what they all said is that our rights, our freedoms, our whole political order ultimately rest upon God, to whom we are accountable and to whom we ultimately belong.
Ready and waiting.
People who do not consider themselves religious might not like to hear it, but it is an inevitable fact. It is the basis of our law, of all law, actually. that certain things are better than other things, which implies an objective and intelligible moral order, which implies an intelligent being who established that order objectively before any of us ever came onto the scene. More simply, it is an observable fact apparent from the natural world. Our life, body included, is not something that we made ourselves or freely chose. It is a gift given to us by our Maker that entails certain rights as well as certain obligations. Which brings us to the topic, not the topic of this lecture tonight, but the topic that everyone talks about. The topic that nobody seems able to shut up about because the left is so insistent in forcing it upon us. You know the topic over which our literally genocidal liberal establishment implausibly accused me, little old me, whom everybody loves so, of...
Most bullshit part, people that think of left and right, it's all a freaking dog and pony show circus. When you realize the definition of government, you're just gonna hit the floor and never come back up. Enough labor.
Please, Guardians, it's busy.
Snap into reality and stop being just cogs in the machine.
Hi again.
She said she wanted to express herself, so...
promoting genocide 1 month ago. What is that topic? Transgenderism, of course. The liberals went apoplectic over my CPAC speech because they thought they had already won on transgenderism. And it seemed that they had.
You know,
A little over a month ago, the debate over transgenderism hinged on whether the liberals ought to be able to trans the 8-year-olds or if they had to wait until the kids turned 9. The debate hinged on whether quack doctors and pervert teachers ought to be able to preach trans ideology to 3rd graders or only to the 4th grade up. And I pointed out that the real question of transgenderism is simply whether it is true or false. If transgenderism is true, and a man really can somehow be a woman, then it's true for everyone of all ages. If it's false, if men and women really are different, then it's false for everyone too. And if it's false, as it obviously is, then we shouldn't reorder our public life to pretend that it's true. We shouldn't take women's bathrooms away from women. We shouldn't force little girls to shower with men in the locker room or to give up their trophies and scholarships to men who are much physically stronger than they are. And we shouldn't butcher deluded and disturbed men and women of any age. The liberals shrieked. Oh, how they shrieked. They're still shrieking. They're always shrieking, but they're shrieking especially over this issue because we are reminding them, as a loving parent sometimes has to remind an irrational and petulant toddler, that we live in society, and society exists in reality, which means that we necessarily live within limits. And one of those limits is that men cannot be women. I'm not Francisco Franco over here, okay? I'm not advocating some rigid political program. I'm just observing a basic fact of reality. A man will never, no matter how hard he tries, ever make himself into a woman. And no one can be said to have the right or even ability to contradict objective reality, without which rights would not mean anything at all. This is the silver lining in the storm cloud of transgenderism. The issue, because it is so absurd, helps to clarify other political truths. It helps to clarify the leftist political project, which the former communist Whittaker Chambers described in his memoir, Witness. Chambers observed that communism, all modern leftism, I think we can say, is not the newest political ideology, but the oldest.
What meaning of govern? What is a governor? It's a control, right? The meaning of government. From Latin, it comes from the two words governo, meaning to control, and mentis, meaning mind. Together, that's mind, control. Now, the English definition from the dictionary states it means to control the mass, to regulate. Dun dun dun. Enough labels. It's not left, it's not right. It's not liberal, conservative. Government is government. They all claim they're going to do something and then they never do it, and they all claim they're never going to do something else and always do what they say they'll never do. Time after time after time.
Of course.
You know what the definition of insanity here is?
Pattern.
Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
Theology that began in the Garden of Eden when the serpent told Eve, "Ye shall be as gods." It's a tempting deceit, but it's deceit nonetheless. It's the lie that Milton's Satan tells himself in Paradise Lost when he declares, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Here at least we shall be free, here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, though in hell." He's saying that radical autonomy is worth losing all hope, even knowing that such autonomy will make you miserable. Better to reign in hell, he concludes, than serve in heaven. It is the lie that once embraced can make even prosperous nations quickly turn to hell on earth. I saw a poll recently from the Pew Research Center, found that an increasing number of Americans believe in hell. A decreasing number of Americans believe in God, but an increasing number of Americans believe in hell. And I kind of get it, actually. So because they watch the news, and nothing good ever comes onto the news. You can deny good things, but the evil is apparent right before you. It's very difficult to deny the existence of evil. So
No, but I think he's forgetting in all the freaking religious fruit nut cases that fall for their cult dogmas. All seem to forget. They all claim that God, there's nothing but God, and God created everything, no matter what fucking religion you're talking about. It's all the same shit. All talks about 13 and 3, and 1 being the God of God. It's all the same. When everyone misses, they're all claiming there's nothing but God. So their God created this evil, allows it to happen before there was anything made, and never fixed it. So go shove your freaking religion when the sun don't shine and step into reality, folks. There is no God, there is no devil, there is no angels, no demons. The human has the choice to be good or evil. We have the choice. Stop putting ownership and responsibility on some other thing that can't even be seen and can never be proven. And all facts in life prove it. No. This guy's a fool. I wonder why some people hate him. Only thing good he's talking about is he's talking against ending.
Lucid Hive. Risen by the Traveler.
Other than that, he seems kind of mental.
David, I want to thank you for 30 years of tireless work and for your own conviction to fight on. And now I've got one question for you. Where do we begin?
Well, welcome to my world, Brian. And before I say anything, I think what you and your team have done is absolutely magnificent, because the cutting edge, as I know from 30 years of trying to be there, is a very lonely place, and it's the point of the arrow, so there's not many people there. And to do that, to be there, you have to, first of all, have a constantly open mind to information, but you have to have a backbone that won't vibrate. One that says, I'm going to stand up for what I believe to be right. And
Irresistible impulses are irresistible.
Risen by the Traveler.
Freedom of speech, and something that happened to you recently. Thanks for doing the podcast. No problem. Really appreciate it. I wanted to start with a question, but actually you've just raised something before we started about freedom of speech and something that happened to you recently, and it sounds like it's important to talk about. So how do you feel the freedom of speech is for us in society, and what do you think's wrong about it? What do you want to change about it?
Well,
Now this is 4 years ago, folks. Open your eyes and see reality.
I'd like to have some. I think that would be a good start.
Well, you can say what you want here. So.
You see, the thing is that what is freedom of speech? It's the freedom to speak. So I read a politician today saying, I agree with freedom of speech, but there are limits. Well, there's no freedom of speech then. Freedom of speech is the freedom to speak. If anyone's not allowed to speak, then it's not freedom of speech, it's freedom to conform to certain parameters of what are acceptable. And then what that's doing is giving power to some authority to decide what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And as we see, and we're seeing it massively now, once you give that power to an authority, it then starts interpreting what can and cannot be said in a way that squeezes and squeezes and squeezes more and more of what cannot be said. This is what political correctness is about. What is political correctness? It's simply manipulating the target population to silence itself, so those in authority don't have to. It's ridiculous. Now, people say, well, you say that people can say anything. Well, yes, I do, and I'll tell you why. There are laws against incitement to racism, incitement to hatred, incitement to violence. There are laws against that.
Are they laws you agree with?
Yeah, and if people use their freedom of speech to incite those things, then there are laws to deal with that, and those laws should deal with it. What I'm saying is, once you start censoring freedom of speech at the point of delivery, or even more sinister, before the point of delivery, by banning people from the right to have access to the communication networks or speak in public, that is what the fascists do. What did fascists do in Nazi Germany? What does any tyranny do? It wants to...
Well, one thing they did, they burnt books and sent out propaganda.
Silence those that are exposing the tyranny and have a different version of events to the tyranny. So what did the Nazis do? They burnt the books. They banned the meetings of people who were exposing the Nazis. And now in this inverted world, we have people who call themselves progressives, and they seem to have this extraordinary self-delusion that progressive mentality has something to do with being liberal, when it's not. It's the opposite of liberal. They are the ones that claim to be wanting people to be inclusive and to have diversity.
But maybe on their terms.
When they're destroying diversity, and they have become the new tyranny. They have become the new Nazis. And so...
That sounds quite a strong thing to say.
Well, it's actually... what?
But it's true.
What I'm saying here is, if you look at what this progressive mentality is doing in silencing people and deciding in their arrogance what people can and cannot say and what opinion they can and cannot have, you look at what the Nazis did, you look at what the communist Soviet Union did in terms of freedom of speech, and you'd show me the difference between them. There is none. And it's this self-deluded arrogance which goes like this. I am right, therefore anyone who says something different must therefore be wrong, and by definition, because they are wrong and I am right, their freedom of speech to be wrong doesn't need to be taken into account. That's how the mentality goes. What I say is, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them. I do agree with them. But I don't want to silence any of them. Because are we so immature that we can't hear different opinions? Even those we don't like, sits back in amazement, horrified.
You know, I used to be told this old saying back when I was a kid. It seemed to be long lost. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Why have people lost that?
All the police and make our own judgments on what's being said and the validity of it. Do we not have the maturity to put forward another counter-argument, which, if we are confident in what we're saying, will demolish that which we don't agree with? Anyone that wants to silence people rather than argue their case can't have much confidence in their own case, surely. And once you go down this road of giving authority the right to decide what can be said, what opinions can be had, you are in a tyranny, and that's where we're going now. But it's bigger than that, because it's not just political correctness. You can't say this, you can't say that, you must say that. It's also the fact that humanity has been hoaxed on a monumental scale in relation to freedom of expression and freedom of information. And it's been done out of an area that I call the devil's playground. It's better known as Silicon Valley. What's happened is, when you do the research, intelligence organizations...
My friends, our next guest.
And it starts by every choice they make in their life, the social distancing, the masks, obviously the vaccines, even the consumption of information. That's where that renegade mind starts.
Yeah, well, the renegade mind says that, see, people like to be streetwise, or seem to be streetwise, so they say, you never believe what politicians tell you. So why are you doing what they're telling you and believing what they're telling you about bloody COVID then? And they go, never believe what the media tell you. So why are you believing it? What a renegade mind says is politicians lie, the media lies. So what I'm going to do is take it from the base foundation point of...
Light doesn't grow unless you feed it wood.
Last thing before we go tonight is a new appreciation of Carl Sagan that so many people find way overdue. Armed with 4 degrees from the University of Chicago, try that in your spare time. Sagan was an astronomer, scientist, astrophysicist, a genuine public intellectual. He taught at Harvard and Cornell and was ahead of his time almost by definition. Jason Johnson called our attention to this clip on social media today. Here is Carl Sagan on Johnny Carson, calling out a new movie called Star Wars for its faulty assumptions and lack of diversity.
Star Wars starts out saying it's on some other galaxy.
Right.
And then you see there's people. And starting in scene 1, there's a problem, because human beings are the result of a unique evolutionary sequence based upon so many individually unlikely random events on the Earth. In fact, I think most evolutionary biologists would agree that if you started the Earth out again and just let those random factors operate, you might wind up with beings that are as smart as us and as ethical and artistic and all the rest, but they would not be human beings. That's for the Earth. So in another planet, different environment, very unlikely to have human beings.
Are you saying on another galaxy, it's not possible that there could be...
It's extremely unlikely that there would be creatures as similar to us as the dominant ones in Star Wars, and there's a whole bunch of other things. They're all white. The skin of all the humans in Star Wars, oddly enough, is sort of like this.
Right.
And not even the other colors represented on the Earth are present, much less greens and blues and purples and oranges.
They did have a scene in Star Wars with a lot of strange characters.
Yeah, but none of them seem to be in charge of the galaxy. Everybody in charge of the galaxy seemed to look like us. And I thought there was a large amount of human chauvinism. And also, I felt very bad that at the end, the Wookiee didn't get a medal also. You know, all the people got medals, and the Wookiee who had been in there fighting all the time, he didn't get any medal. And I thought that was an example of anti-Wookiee discrimination.
How about that Carl Sagan, advocate for Wookiees everywhere? As the noted astrophysicist Ron Popeil would say, but wait, there's more. Carl Sagan could not have predicted 2021, but he did see it coming. He wrote the following back in 1995, and we quote, "I have a foreboding of an America in my children's or grandchildren's time when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all the manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers are in the hands of a very few, and no one representing the public interest can even grasp the issues, when the people have lost the ability to set their own agendas or knowledgeably question those in authority, when, clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide almost without noticing back into superstition and darkness. The dumbing down of America is most evident in the slow decay of substantive content in the enormously influential media, the 30-second sound bites now down to 10 seconds or less, lowest common denominator programming, credulous presentations on pseudoscience and superstition, but especially a kind of celebration of ignorance. Roll that around for a while. Those were among his final published words. He died 10 months later. Here we are 25 years later, realizing just what he was trying to tell us back then.
Now, even creepier, 50 years ago, there's a documentary that's called Silent Weapons for Silent Wars. And if you actually look it up, this thing has been going on and been planned for a very, very long time. So now put that all together, the definition of government, all of this, plus that guy 25 years ago predicting what's happening now. Are you folks gonna listen yet? Are you folks gonna snap into reality, or are you gonna keep being dumbed down lemmings rushing off cliffs because the one in front of you did it? Never thinking, always obeying what Simon says.
Sure. Make us proud. Show them that they can't mess with us.
You know battle. Do you know your light?
I want to get to politics, but I've got it.
speech, and something that happened to you recently, and it sounds like it's important to talk about. So, how do you feel the freedom of speech is for us in society, and what do you think's wrong about it, and what do you want to change about it?
Well, I'd like to have some. I think that would be a good start.
Well, you can say what you want here. So.
You see, the thing is that what is freedom of speech? It's the freedom to speak. So I read a politician today saying, I agree with freedom of speech, but there are limits. Well, there's no freedom of speech then. Freedom of speech is the freedom to speak. If anyone's not allowed to speak, then it's not freedom of speech, it's freedom to conform to certain parameters of what are acceptable. And then what that's doing is giving power to some authority to decide what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And as we see, and we're seeing it massively now, once you give that power to an authority, it then starts interpreting what can and cannot be said in a way that squeezes and squeezes and squeezes more and more of what cannot be said. This is what political correctness is about. What is political correctness? It's simply manipulating the target population to silence itself. So those in authority don't have to. It's ridiculous. Now, people say, well, you say that people can say anything. Well, yes, I do. And I'll tell you why. There are laws against incitement to racism, incitement to hatred, incitement to violence. There are laws against that.
Are they laws you agree with?
Yeah, and if people use their freedom of speech to incite those things, then there are laws to deal with that, and those laws should deal with it. What I'm saying is, once you start censoring freedom of speech at the point of delivery, or even more sinister, before the point of delivery, by banning people from the right to have access to the communication networks or speak in public, that is what the fascists do. What did fascists do in Nazi Germany? What does any tyranny do? It wants to silence those that are exposing the tyranny and have a different version of events to the tyranny. So what did the Nazis do? They burnt the books. They banned the meetings of people who were exposing the Nazis. And now in this inverted world, we have people who call themselves progressives, and they seem to have this extraordinary self-delusion that progressive mentality has something to do with being liberal, when it's not. It's the opposite of liberal. They are the ones that claim to be wanting people to be inclusive and to have diversity.
But maybe on their terms.
When they're destroying diversity, and they have become the new tyranny. They have become the new Nazis. And so...
That sounds quite a strong thing to say.
Well, it's actually... What I'm saying here is, if you look at what this progressive mentality is doing in silencing people and deciding in their arrogance what people can and cannot say and what opinion they can and cannot have, you look at what the Nazis did, you look at what the communist Soviet Union did in terms of freedom of speech, and you show me the difference between them. There is none. And it's this self-deluded arrogance which goes like this. I am right, therefore anyone who says something different must therefore be wrong, and by definition, because they are wrong and I am right, their freedom of speech to be wrong doesn't need to be taken into account. That's how the mentality goes. What I say is, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them, I don't agree with them. I do agree with them. But I don't want to silence any of them. Because are we so immature that we can't hear different opinions? Even those we don't like, sits back in amazement, horrified, call the police, and make our own judgments on what's being said and the validity of it. Do we not have the maturity to put forward another counter-argument, which, if we are confident in what we're saying, will demolish that which we don't agree with? Anyone that wants to silence people rather than argue their case can't have much confidence in their own case, surely. And once you go down this road of giving authority the right to decide what can be said, what opinions can be had, you are in a tyranny, and that's where we're going now. But it's bigger than that, because it's not just political correctness. You can't say this, you can't say that, you must say that. It's also the fact that humanity has been hoaxed on a monumental scale in relation to freedom of expression and freedom of information. And it's been done out of an area that I call the Devil's Playground. It's better known as Silicon Valley. What's happened is, when you do the research, intelligence organizations like the CIA in the United States, the National Security Agency, and the Pentagon, through an organization called DARPA, the Technological Development Arm of the Pentagon, they began seed funding technology and companies to develop what has become now known as the Internet.
We upgraded how we do laundry a long time ago. So let's bring trash into the 21st century. Meet Lomi. It takes care of your food waste in as little as 4 hours and leaves you with...
And an outgrowth of that, what became known as social media, and the search engine technology, which eventually became known as Google, all those were seed funded by this military intelligence network. And when they were selling it, because you can't show something's real face at the start, otherwise people will reject it and it won't get anywhere. You have to put another face to the world. So it was Google. Oh yeah, Google, yeah, we just go to search engine, we can find what we like, that's great, hey. And social media, oh, you post to your friends, you can say what you like, there's no censorship, isn't it great? And then it builds, and then it builds, and then it builds, and now you've reached a point now with Facebook where it claims 2.2 billion active users in a global population of 7.5 billion. You have this 90% monopoly on search engines, searches of Google. You have YouTube, which has got basically a monopoly on the posting of internet videos, which is owned by Google. And once this monopolistic situation was reached, then they started saying, okay, now we've got this much control, we're going to start deciding what you see and what you don't see. It's fishing line out. Oh, it ain't great? Yeah, say what you like, you know, no censorship. Ooh, gotcha. And so we now have Facebook that is systematically censoring information outside of the official narrative. We have this situation with Facebook and Twitter now, which is known as ghost banning, which they do to me, which is you post it, but all the people that would like to see it, and I've liked or followed, would like to see it, they don't see it. Only a few of them see it. The vast majority don't see it because of ghost banning. They just don't circulate it. And you now have, as blatant as can be, YouTube is just deleting large and greater all the time numbers of channels that are presenting a different narrative to the official one across the swathe of subjects that are just being deleted. They're just being deleted without any explanation. Just that you've broken our guidelines. What guidelines? Well, he's doing something different, something the same rather, and he's not breaking your guidelines. But oh, hold on a minute, he's saying the official narrative is true. And you were going to ask, why is it happening? Well, it's happening because I've been talking for 30 years and writing for 30 years. There are very few people control the world. Very few people. People will be staggered how few.
How many?
Well, I'm going to come to that in terms of it's fewer now than ever before, and why. But a lot of people have said in response to that, a few people can't control the world. There's too many people. It's not possible. Well, now we have a handful of people, which you could probably get on 10 fingers, or 2 hands, yeah, that control Google, control YouTube, owned by Google, control Facebook, that absolutely dominate the information that most people see or don't see. We have a concentration of power in Silicon Valley, a very small area of the world, that is the greatest concentration of surveillance and censorship power the world has ever seen. They can decide what you see and what you don't see, and they can trawl your data, in other words, the military intelligence community can, to find out the fine detail of your life from the information that you've posted on these various platforms. So that's what we're facing in terms of freedom of speech. It's disappearing. In fact, it doesn't exist. There is no freedom of speech. By the definition of freedom of speech is the freedom to speak your opinion and not have it censored and not have it banned.
So this happened to you, didn't it, at one of your talks where they tried to close it down?
Well, they always try to close my talks down.
You don't think that bothered them?
When I say they, I'm talking about a ridiculously few people. We've reached the point now where there is a global network of ultra-Zionist groups that answer to Israel and the Netanyahu regime currently, who are targeting anyone who is in any way questioning the fact that Israel is not God's gift to humanity in every last thing that it does. This does not only include the general population. The ones they focused most on are Jewish people. Jewish people who are questioning the Israeli treatment of the Palestinians, which is horrific, are being targeted by these ultra-Zionist hate groups. I say hate groups because their modus operandi is to get the public to hate their targets, to silence them. And it's extraordinary how easy it is. I'll tell you how easy it is with me. They go to, and I'm talking a ridiculously few people that don't represent the Jewish community at all, just claim to. They'll go to a venue and they'll say, this man, Ike, he's going to come and say, it's all the Jews, he's anti-Semitic, he's a racist, he's going to say the Jews are doing this, the Jews are doing that. I ain't said any of that. The venue does not then come to me and say, look, these people are saying you're going to say this. And I'd say, look, go on my website and you'll see a video, a 10-hour talk that I've been doing for the last 2 years. Show me where there's any anti-Semitism or racism in it. Quite the opposite, because what I'm saying is, ironically, we need to put down these irrelevant manufactured fault lines of race and religion and culture and color that divide us and realize that we're actually all one consciousness having different experiences, and that we've got caught in the illusion that the experiences of who we are when we are that consciousness that's having the experiences. So I am presenting what you could easily call the ultimate non-racist view of life, because I say race is a nonsense and an irrelevance. And
what happens when the prostate enlarges and the urine channel gets tight? Urologists are stunned. They can
view of life, because I say race is a nonsense and an irrelevance and an illusion. Same with all of it, religion. But the venues never check. They just say, okay, we're not going to have him then.
Yeah.
Saying that, even though he's not going to say it, and they cancel the event. Now, when a venue says to these people who orchestrate emails and letters, all orchestrated, same few people every time, the venue says, no, hold on, freedom of speech, mate. We're not having, no, he's going to be allowed to speak. What they then do is up the ante. They start saying to the venue, well, these are the consequences for you if you do this or whatever. And then some of them go to the police and they say, oh, this could be very, very dangerous to the audience and the staff because there's going to be big protests against this person. And the police in Leicestershire, one of them, the guy that handled it, was a counter-terrorist officer, right? You're laughing. So did I. So I went to meet this guy. They go to the venue, right? And they say, there's got danger to the staff, danger to the audience, and one of the things they said to the venue was, well, they could damage your reputation, right? And I'm thinking, now I thought the police were there to defend freedom of speech, not persuade a bloody venue that it'd be better in their interest if they destroyed it, right? So anyway, that's what happened. And we got a meeting, and I went up to Leicester, and I met this counter-terrorism officer. God help us if that's counter-terrorism's level of operation. And I met this other guy from Leicester City Council. And the first thing I said to him, I gave them the email sent to us from the venue laying out what these two had told the venue. And I said to them, can you confirm that what is being said by the venue here happened and that's what you did? They agreed. So I knew what the interaction had been. So then I said to them, name me one book of mine that you've ever read. Silence. So I said, okay, name me one public event of mine that you've ever attended. Silence. Then I said, well, now name me one event anywhere in the world, and I've been right round the world in the last 2 years. Any event in the last 2 years on this world tour where one single person has ever protested. Silence. Reason? A, they couldn't answer because they're not checked. And secondly, not one has ever protested. But all it's taken is for people to contact the venue, or in this case, contact the police as well, tell absolute lies about what I'm saying, and they destroy freedom of speech and someone's A, ability to speak in public, and B, the people to take the choice to listen. That was a sold-out event in Leicester, my hometown. And then what these ultra-Zionist hate groups do is they then contact the media when a venue cancels because of them, and they say the event's been cancelled because the venue realised he's a Holocaust denier and an anti-Semite. Of course, the media then repeat that, and you see a headline like Holocaust denier David Icke's event cancelled. And when this has appeared on these mainstream news sites on the internet, I've contacted them, every single one. I don't usually, but in this case you have to. And I've said, before I call my lawyers, would you please send me the evidence you have to support that headline? In every single case bar none, they take it down in minutes, because they have done. All they've done is repeated what these ultra-Zionist hate groups have said. And what we are now seeing, and there's been a number of examples this week as we speak, is more and more Jewish people are coming out and saying to about these hate groups, you don't speak for us. There's one guy on the internet, a story that was broke today, a Jewish man who did a video on YouTube, basically saying to these ultra-Zionist hate groups, I'm Jewish and you don't speak for me. In fact, you're causing anti-Semitism by what you're doing. He had his video deleted, right? So when you've got Jewish people speaking out against Israel and the Israeli government, that's really bad, because it's very hard to paint them as racist against Jews when they are Jews. So they are targeted even more fiercely by these ultra-Zionist hate groups than people who aren't Jewish. And their freedom of speech is disappearing. And what we need to do is come together, all of us who are being blatantly defamed and misrepresented by these groups. And they are very few in number, but very well funded. And jointly expose what they're doing, because they are destroying freedom of speech in an ever-gathering way, week after week after week. And if it goes on, there will be no body who can speak in public and challenge the official narrative, because they'll all be banned. That's where we're going.
And do you think, because I've noticed on Facebook with some of the changes in algorithm and the reduction of the reach and the Cambridge Analytica and all that, I think people are starting to get a bit pissed off with it now. And there's, I mean, some of the things you're saying, I know you're talking about certain races, religions, etc., but I just see a lot of people online going, wait a minute now, you're censoring sometimes, but just, I know a lot of my posts, they go to 1% of my audience.
Yeah, exactly.
These are people that found me for the last 10 years that want to follow me, and I've built this over time.
This is the ghost banning
Facebook group, and if it's not in the format that they want, you know, so like video, they'll do it, but you know, yeah. So do you think people are like, had enough now?
Oh, they're getting sick of it.
Men over 50 whose prostate is choking their urethra need to see this. Here's a picture of my dad from the end of last.
People are like, had enough now?
Oh, they're getting sick of it. Of course they're getting sick of it as they begin to understand the scale of it and where this ultimately is going to lead, which will be silencing any dissent whatsoever. That's what it's all about. And you know what sickens me more than anything else about these ultra-Zionist hate groups is that they are exploiting. I mean, it almost is incomprehensible to think that they are exploiting what happened to Jewish people in Nazi Germany. Something I'm supposed to be denying according to them. They are exploiting the horrors of what happened to Jewish people in Nazi Germany, and others, by the way, to pursue an agenda of silencing dissent today. That is beyond sickening, turns my stomach. And they need to be called out on it, because, you know, in terms of me, they've taken on the wrong guy, because I don't give a damn what people think of me, but I do give a damn about people having a right to have an opinion, even if I don't agree with it. And a lot of people, when they're faced with this, they run or they give up.
Why don't you? What drives you, David?
Well, if you give up what you have researched for 30 years to understand what the end game is, will happen unchallenged. So giving up is just absolutely not an option. When people try to silence me, I just run at them even quicker. And if you don't give up and you speak your truth, and you're not spewing out hatred and all this other stuff, but you're talking about the need to love each other and the need to put down the fault lines that divide us, then it's a power in itself which true hatred, which is that trying to silence you, can't cope with. You know, when true hatred, like these ultra-Zionist hate groups, come into conflict with true hatred, which is some of these far-right operations, then that's a different dynamic, because that's hate fighting hate. But when hate's trying to silence, or hate trying to silence hate, but when hate's trying to silence someone who's trying to articulate our hatred is how we got into this mess, how allowing the fault lines to divide us is how we got into this mess, then that dynamic is different. And that's why they struggle with me. Because I'm not saying what they claim I'm saying, and they can't make that stand up, therefore, to any proper examination. And that's why they will never debate with me. I've offered to debate with them. I said to them, I will debate all of you together, just me, no problem. They won't do it. Because let me tell you another quick story to show how far this has gone and how disgusting it is. I had a book launch of my new book, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told. And the first book launch was in Edinburgh, and they tried to stop that. And the owner of the venue, who'd spent a lot of time in Israel, by the way, got a barrister to look through my work to see if what was being claimed by these hate groups was true. He rightly concluded it wasn't. It went ahead. Brilliant, no problem. Spoke in London a few days later at the Troxy venue in London. And again, they tried to stop it, but the owner knew what I was saying, knew what they were claiming was nonsense. It went ahead. It was great. In fact, there were some people there from these hate groups who heard what I said, saw that it absolutely wasn't racist, but they completely ignore that. On the Friday of the same week, I was due to speak in Manchester. First of all, I was due to speak before at the Lowry Hotel in Manchester as a book launch. All going well, booking taken. These hate groups eventually lie through their teeth to the Lowry, and the Lowry panic and say, oh, we're going to cancel. Then there was a second one, which was some museum. And they did the same. And then we went to Manchester United, Old Trafford, and explained to them what's been happening. And the people at Manchester United, in the conference area anyway, said, oh, no, we're Manchester United. We don't back down to them, to intimidation, no problem. So it went on, On the Thursday afternoon, with the event on the Friday, with people coming from long distances, and a lot of the people are going to be there, Manchester United supporters at this book launch. It was a dinner. On the Thursday afternoon, my son Jamie, who organises all this stuff, was in conversation with Manchester United for the final arrangements. Next morning, when these ultra-Zionist hate groups got wind of where the venue was going to be, because we kept it quiet because of what happens, they contact Manchester United. They contact the local Labour MP for the Manchester United area called Kate Green, who's virtue signalling in all directions. She contacts Kick It Out, this anti-racist group in football, and together they pressure Manchester United to pull the event on the morning it was happening. Never mind all those people that had bought tickets for this dinner. Never mind there were people who his birthday present for. No matter there were lots of Man United supporters among them. Cancel it. Now here's a question. What does Kate Green, Labour MP, know about what I'm saying? Nothing. Only what the hate groups told her. What did Kick It Out know about what I'm saying? Nothing. Only what the hate groups told them. This is how easy it is to destroy freedom of speech. And I'll tell you
what happens when the prostate enlarges and the urine channel gets tight. Urologists are stunned. They confirmed that this dangerous mineral is enlarging your prostate. If you've been suffering from frequent urges to pee, a weak urine flow, or reduced drive in the bedroom for more than 3 months, then pay close attention. It means that your prostate is so swollen that if left untreated, this could lead to an unexpected and total shutdown of your urethra, which will make passing urine completely impossible. After years of clinical research, an award-winning scientist has just revealed the real root cause of prostate swelling. His studies show that a swollen prostate has nothing to do with genetics or age, but with a mineral buildup coating the wall of the bladder, which over time spreads into the prostate gland, resulting in the humiliating
freedom of speech. And I'll tell you one other thing about Manchester. In early 2017, I was due to do an all-day event at the Manchester O2 Apollo. Again, a sellout. And these hate groups approached the Apollo to cancel. Now, fortunately, I have spoken at a number of venues of the same chain. They know what I'm saying. They know the kind of people that come along, and they know what happens. So, of course, they said no. So, and it went ahead. So what this, one of these groups, they're called the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism. This is the worst. It was launched right in the middle of the last Israeli bombardment of Gaza, when the British public were appalled about the slaughter that was going on. And they said to the audience that came to the event, email us with the anti-Semitism and make a complaint to us, and then we'll take it further. Well, of course, there was none. So what the audience did was email them with copies to me, saying, actually, he said the opposite. He said we need to love each other and put down the fault lines that divide us, like race and religion. What the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism then did, it's called the CAA, is ignore those emails, ignore what the audience said that I spoke about, and went to the subsequent venues and told them the same that they told the Manchester venue and previous venues about what I'm going to say. That's the disingenuous manipulation that's going on. And like I say, some of the biggest the people that had the biggest consequences from this are Jewish people. And we have to stop running away from these things, running away from talking about them, and just speak the facts. Because if we don't face this, then this grotesque misrepresentation is going to destroy freedom of speech for everybody, because that's what it's meant to do.
Okay, so is there a paradox going on here? I realise my need for Facebook and YouTube in getting my message out there, and sometimes feel a bit wronged, maybe not as strongly as you, but certainly I do feel that my reach is getting artificially reduced. So you sell millions of books. You know, you've got 750,000 followers, I think, on Facebook.
I'll stop you there.
Okay, no, please.
3 years ago, I had about 750,000 followers on Facebook.
Yeah.
All these years later, with interest in my work exploding, I have about 750,000 followers on Facebook.
So something's going on there, you think?
That's the algorithms at work and how the suppression operates.
Yeah. And how do you deal with inside or balance this paradox of these being a great platform for you to get your message and your work out to the world, yet feeling controlled and limited by them?
Well, it's
I'm going to take notes myself here because I feel the same thing.
Well,
so.
it's a simple reply, really. First of all, they're becoming less and less of a good platform as the suppression contracts what is getting circulated. But you use the system to expose the system, because the system has the networks of communication. So as best, and dominates them. So as best you can, you have to use the system to expose the system. But in terms of entrepreneurs, and it is starting to happen, you know, what do they say? What's that line? Necessity is the mother of invention, old saying. Entrepreneurs, if you like, who are genuine, who believe in freedom of speech, they have a fantastic opportunity here and can make an enormous contribution to human freedom by developing platforms, not least video platforms, and developing communication platforms to replace these system-controlled operations, so that we don't have to use the system to bring the system down only. We have our own free...
When the system owns the internet, and the system owns all the monopoly of it, what does he expect them to create? Doesn't he think this through? So he's expecting someone to create their own side, like, internet thing, and then create mechanisms to use it. So then they have to create their own computer. Makes sadly, because in this world there's patents and all this shit, you're gonna have to create around it. Does he not realize what he's asking? There's truly times I wonder if I'm actually the smartest person on this earth, or if I'm the only real freaking person on this earth and everything else is just made up. It's because, yeah, people are stupid, like really stupid.
Platforms, non-censored platforms that can communicate it, and the more then that you have censorship and suppression in the official media networks, the more people will gravitate towards those that are censorship free, and it will become counterproductive then for the corporate giants in Silicon Valley to go down the road they're going, because they'll just be replaced. Because there is, I mean, I've been on this journey now for nearly 30 years. When I started out, no one wanted to know. I was just laughed at in the street and everything. On this world tour, speaking tour, since the summer of 2016, all over the world, literally, I have seen a dramatic transformation, both in the numbers of people that want to look at the world in another way and see that maybe this official narrative is not exactly how it is or anything like it is. And not only that, the kind of people within the system, people that a few years ago you thought, well, they'd never be, in a position to think differently or question, but they are. There is a changing awareness going on that the world is not like they thought it was, and the system has told them from cradle since they were born to how things are. Because when you look at a human life, it is a download of the official version of everything. That's what it is. This is why vast numbers of people have no other filter for their view of reality, self, world events, than the information they receive from the mainstream media and mainstream everything. You know, you come out of the womb and your parents, who've been through the process that you're about to go through, the programming process, they start influencing your perceptions of reality. Overwhelmingly, the vast overwhelming majority, not because they're being malevolent, but they've been persuaded that their version of everything is true. Therefore, they're passing on to you because they think they're doing the best for you. You then go into what's called the education system. It's a perceptual programming operation. It's psychological warfare on the young. And from the age of 3, 4, right up through your formative years into your teenage years, day after day after day after day, you are being given the official version of everything. Official version of science, of medicine, of politics, of everything, all the way through your formative years. And it's what I call the postage stamp consensus. It's a very narrow band of possibility. And if you're going to pass exams, you have to tell the system that postage stamp perception of possibility that you've been told is reality. Otherwise, you're not going to pass your exams. Because what are exams? It's the system saying, you tell me what I've told you, and I'll give you a prize. You tell me what I've not told you, because you've got a mind of your own and you're questioning it, and I'll ring your mum and dad and say you're a disruptive influence in the classroom. Right? And we'll see what Ritalin will do to that. Right? This happens all over the world. And then, having
damn straight, it happens all over the world. I live in Canada, and it happened to me as a kid. I really early on in elementary school years, caught on to this bogusness. Start questioning what's being taught, because there's contradictions. And then when I got into high school, things got even worse. I'm a grad of 2011. Things are worse now. Heck, I got kicked out of my science class for literally saying, "Excuse me, teacher, but last week you literally told us this. How can this now be the case?" I wasn't being rude. Literally, that's what I said verbatim. "Excuse me, but you said this last week. How can you now say this?" I'm asking, could it be clarified? Because he's contradicting himself. And I got sent out of the class, and because every day since, he kept teaching more stuff like that, and I had to keep asking more questions, I kept getting kicked out until the day I got not allowed back in science class. And it happened in a lot of my classes. They tried to claim me as... they put me on medication, and guess what they were? SSRIs. That literally were tranquilizers. I'd literally be sitting there in brain fog, not able to think, not able to do much of anything. Heck, I still remember times sitting at home after school, just sitting there going, why is the TV on? I don't even remember turning it on. And just sitting in the chair, not moving. They doped me up because I asked questions. Other kids can't sit still because that's what kids do, and they get thrown on Ritalin. Teachers get their cheat sheets, and if it's not what's on the sheet, well, I guess you're wrong. Even if you are right, and there's some sort of mistake on the paper, because the teacher doesn't think. They just, like I said, typed in before. Simon says, and you guys blindly obey. Blindly repeated.
Downloaded this program of perception of normal, the postage stamp reality. You then go out into the institutions, you become a journalist, a doctor, a scientist, someone in the corporate world, a politician. And you've taken with you this core download of the perception of normal and how things are. And so these institutions are all controlled by this perception, and then they confirm to each other this perception's true. If you're a scientist and you don't stick to the scientific orthodoxy, then you lose your grants and you become ridiculed by your profession. If you're a doctor and you don't go along with the orthodoxy, you lose the right to practice, even though it might be very effective what you're doing. If you're a journalist, you won't last long if you go against the orthodoxy. And then all underpinning this, you've got peer pressure. All the people who've been through the sausage machine that you've been through, who have decided that they will accept that version of normal, they then police everyone else that wants to question that normal. So you're ridiculed or condemned by your peers if you question what they have accepted without question. And I've used this analogy a number of times. I think it's very accurate. We laugh at sheep because sheep follow the one in front and follow the shepherd. One shepherd. Follow the shepherd, and anyone that goes out of line, the sheepdog's there, woof, woof, fear, fear, fear. And we laugh at sheep. Oh, sheep, they're so stupid. Humans have out-sheep the sheep. We've dispensed with the bloody sheepdog. We keep each other in line by ridicule and condemnation for the crime of being different or questioning the norm. And how has anything ever moved forward in the entirety of human history, ironically? People questioning the norm. Because if you don't question the norm, you go into an eddy or vortex. You go round and round and round, and nothing moves on and nothing expands.
Symmetry, my friends. Symmetry. Symmetry.
But that's the idea. You cannot control a population of critical thinking, free-thinking people, questioning people, in the way that you can control a population that just accepts like a sponge.
Ouroboros, snake eating his own tail till he's dead.
The official version of everything. And thanks to the alternative media, although I don't think most of the alternative media goes even nearly far enough. Most of it's not actually alternative, but mainstream light. But even so, thanks to that, and this availability in the last few years of alternative narratives to world events, etc., people have started now to question more than ever before. When the government comes out and says, this is what happened, it's the Russians! More and more people, like never before, are going, well, hold on a minute. Is it? Where's the evidence? And I tell you, when you ask that question, where's the evidence? There's usually silence coming back. And, you know, there was with this incident in Salisbury, with the nerve agent and the Russian double agent working for British intelligence, or used to anyway. There was a wonderful line from Theresa May, the British Prime Minister, that encapsulated exactly what I'm talking about and how this perceptual download, this perceptual programming is supposed to work. She said, with no evidence whatsoever, there is no alternative to the conclusion that the Russians were involved. Now, of course, there are endless other alternative possibilities, but that's what this whole programming is about, to get people to believe there is no alternative to the conclusion that what we're telling you is true. Anyone else tells you that it's not true, conspiracy theorist. And what people like me are saying is we're not having it. We're not going to accept the official. If the official story stands up to scrutiny, fair enough. If it doesn't, and it usually doesn't, then that's not fair enough. But what the silencing of freedom of speech is all about is to stop people having access to that alternative narrative to the official one. And people like me won't have it. Not quietly, anyway.
Well, sitting here listening to you has just almost put a mirror in front of my face in your way of saying it, which is why I love being an entrepreneur. Whatever one defines that as, I define it as being creative, waking up today wanting to do something meaningful and being able to do it without anyone getting in my way, without regulation or too much of it. You know, we need some, don't we, to stay safe. And yeah, when you run your own ship like you do with your message, you know, you're not employed by anyone as it seems, then you can put the work out that you want to put out and you can make the difference to the world that you want to make. And yeah, I suppose that takes a little bit of courage and bravery, because when you do that, the system's going to say, hey, wait a minute, you should do it like this. Wait a minute, you should do it like this. So I'll come back to that in a minute, because there was something I really thought of, and I wanted to make a couple of suggestions for you to keep getting your work out there, and to the listeners.
No, it doesn't take any bravery whatsoever. This is what being a real human is, an adult. Shame on him for not realizing that.
Because I found LinkedIn, I don't know if they've strategically gone, oh, look what Facebook have done, we'll have everyone. But they seem to be doing the opposite, where they're letting you get much more expanded reach. I mean, I've been playing with some of my content on there, and I get 250,000 views in a day on something, and I'm not as big as you in terms of my following, and I wouldn't normally get that. So they're clearly letting it go. Right. And I don't feel like the reach is being played with. It seems to be pretty consistent. So that's one thing. Second thing is, we were talking about this on the way down. You should have a podcast. I mean, but no one seems to control a podcast.
Elon Musk is making an unprecedented bet on a new technology I'm calling Project X. And right now, anyone...
but no one seems to control a podcast. Joe Rogan's got one, he says and does what he wants, 100 million downloads a month. And it's like they can't be policed, they can't be controlled, because you own the back end audio, and then, okay, iTunes will syndicate it, and Stitcher will syndicate it, and Podbean will syndicate it, whatever else. But you own this asset, which doesn't seem like it can be controlled or doctored or manipulated. And, you know...
And he hasn't listened to what Joe Rogan actually says. He's woke.
My podcast has nearly 2 million subscriptions, and I'm just a little guy doing a little thing, you know, and it's helped me get out to the world. So I guess I'm saying that because if people feel like you, that the bigger media, I'm pointing over here, obviously you've got Google up on you, if they feel that...
I've got my website
Okay,
up, yeah.
if they feel that Google and Facebook, and I'm not here knocking those, by the way, but I'm just saying if they feel Google, YouTube, Facebook are starting to police, reduce your freedom of speech, have the evil doctor, evil press button, no you can't, yes you can, no you can't, and you don't like that, I think these are the platforms like LinkedIn and podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my sons who run the organisation of my work, they are doing this now because we have to respond to what is happening. But there are great opportunities for entrepreneurs who believe in freedom to replace or offer alternatives to these platforms. I know people are starting to do it, but the more that we can have, the better. Because in my new book, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told, I talk about the fact that YouTube was demonetizing alternative content. And of course the alternative media, I mean, I write books and stuff, so I'm not dependent on YouTube. But a lot of alternative people became dependent on YouTube, monetizing their videos to make more videos. And I said in the book that that's only stage one. The next stage is they start deleting channels. And of course, now they're deleting channels on a very, very large scale worldwide. So this is not something that's going to happen over a long period of time. That's what I'm saying. So there is a very urgent need. And
You kind of politely said why I don't monetize anything. When this first came out, I didn't know. I was around for the Y2K warning, and it's literally everything they warned us about. Technology has taken control. There's literally a workplace that fired 40% of their staff just to hire AI. That was over 10,000. I repeat, 10,000 staff were fired for just one AI to take over their jobs. That was 40% of the work, that one job. One whole company, 40% of employees gone. No one picks up a book anymore, everyone reads on a device. Tech has controlled us.
massive potential audience for platforms of, if you like, social communication and videos for people that really believe in not censoring. And, you know, yes, the big companies will go the way of the system. I mean, I actually love it when out of nowhere, major corporations got together and said to Google, you're talking about YouTube, you're putting our adverts against hateful videos. foundation, its whole way of surviving, is to keep from its target population what it is doing, how it is doing it, and to what ultimate end.
So, do you regard yourself in any way as a businessman or an entrepreneur? It seems to me like the more you resist these things you stand against, the bigger and more powerful and more successful you become. Are you aware of that dynamic going on?
No, I'm not an entrepreneur. I spend my life researching information and communicating information. My sons, Jamie and Gareth, who run the organization of everything, A, they're good at it, and B, I have no interest in it whatsoever. All the commercial side of it and what have you, I have no interest in that whatsoever. I just want to uncover the information and communicate it. But you're quite right. In the world that we live in, you have to have an organization around you that A, can provide the opportunities to communicate the information you're uncovering, and also to make sure that there is money there to finance what you're doing. You know, we do our own events, and it's a heck of a lot of money has to go out before any comes back. When you are printing books and what have you, there's a hell of a lot of money goes out before it comes back. And, you know, people can see the cover price of a book, but, you know, we don't get anything like that. Because it goes through distributors, it goes through shops, and there's all the shipping. So printing, exactly. And so you have to have an organization like that that's sound. Otherwise, the point of everything actually is less than 1% of the core. At the bottom of the pyramid, you have the rest of humanity that are not in the 1%. And the 1% of hijacked by this point all the wealth of the world, basically, and therefore they're calling all the shots. And between the controlled masses and the 1% is a merciless police military state to hold that status quo. And when when you look at the way society's going, day after day after day, you can see that happening. You've got the police state and the police military state emerging more and more, the surveillance state. That's all part of this middle strata to impose the will of the 1% on the masses of the people. You've got more and more people at other levels of income that are being touched by this austerity. You've now got the so-called middle classes being targeted and finding it harder and harder to financially survive.
Iron Banner. Your metal will be tested, Guardians. Begin! Wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. Opponent took the lead. The hunt has ended. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. Cut their momentum. Keep pushing. The hunt has ended. 5 minutes remain. Incredible discipline. Ah, yes. The hunt is on. The flames have gone cold. The hunt is on. Another hunt will come soon. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Everything is yours. Relish this time. The hunt has ended. You strike as one. The hunt is on. Like a line of thralls. Has ended. Oh, that's two. Almost won, but don't let up. They won't. Well fought. No reward is as well earned as one from a well-fought victory.
Half asleep and still on the top 3 of the board. Nice. I still got it. Really immature that they don't even give the person on the top of the board a commendation.
Iron Banner. Young wolves and Iron Lords, to battle! Two down. You strike as one. Are quiet. Return to the fight. The flames are lit, and you are the prey. Your opponent pulled ahead. 3 minutes left. Flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. 2 down. 3 down. The hunt has ended. Fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. The hunt has ended. 1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Seconds. Stay on them. You've almost won, but don't let up. They won't. Ah, yes. The hunt is on. A stirring victory. Your courage in victory is an inspiration. Iron Banner. The match has begun. Two down. That's two. I hear the howls and no fear. Have gone cold. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. Now you are the hunted. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Another hunt will come soon. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. The hunt has ended. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Another hunt will come soon. minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. You were the wolf. Finish their hearts. One minute. Victory within your grasp. Fight another hunt will come soon. Stay on them. Hear the howls and no fear. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over. Victory is yours. Lord Shaxx couldn't have done it better. banner. Show me a new legend. Momentum. Keep pushing. The flames have gone cold. Five minutes remain. Is on. If this is your end, fight them. Cut their momentum. Keep pushing. wolves rest, the hunt is over. Minutes left. Almost over. Don't let them have it easy. Could have gone better. With this loss, you will grow into something stronger. Iron Banner. like the battles of old. Go!
Got me killed, your stupid teammate. I was trying to back up out of into cover, man. Opponent took the lead. Being hunted. Don't let your guard down. That shut them down. Another hunt will come soon. 5 minutes remain. The howl of the wolf is not the end. Be vigilant. All of you together, like Iron Lords. Incredible discipline. Everything is yours. Relish this time. The hunt has ended.
3 minutes left. The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. The flames have gone cold.
Ha! It takes more than one of you frickers to get me each and every time. Take that. See? What did I say? It takes more than one each time.
The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
And then not a single melee damage again. What the...
Victory is yours for the taking. Seize it. 1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Undeniable. That was a battle worthy of Iron Lords.
Excuse me.
Iron Banner. Use everything in your power. Fight and prevail. You are in control. Show them what that means. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far. Wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. That's two. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. remain. Keep the pressure and you have them.
Did you see where my crosshairs went straight? That was clearly cheap. Holy shit, and then when that one, a whole bunch of bullets finally actually hit him. See, like that, it's got a tiny delay, not the whole freaking clip and then damage.
The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Now you were the wolf. Finish the hunt.
Wow. And now that was a I canceled my jetpack and it doesn't want to stop.
Has ended.
You know, for someone having cheats, he sure uses
flames have gone cold. 2 down. 1 minute.
Yep.
Victory is
Like
within
that.
your grasp.
That,
Fight.
That moved quicker than it's supposed to, huh? Wow. We started watching.
You've almost won, but don't let up. They won't. 30 seconds. Stay up. Together, nothing can stop you.
Oh, I almost got rid of the wing first.
Undeniable. I've been hosting a banner for the Cabal on Keitel's staging ship. They're ferocious warriors, but they're no Iron Lords. Not like you.
What's the last challenge? One and Done is called. I'm gonna look this up because I've been trying to do this for a while. I'm actually curious. I want it gilded. Okay, why is it not loading? I'm just going to do the change character reset it thing. For some reason it freezes up and this actually fixes it. Oh. Well. Let's go reset then, and then go back to the banner. Oh yeah. If I remember correctly, tomorrow? So the 6th is actually the last day of our banner. For a while, until it comes back. Sweet, so I do have a chance. There'll be a bunch of challenges.
Light versus light. This means you have power. Use it well. Your light will guide you home. Trust in it.
Oh yeah, probably getting ready for the server shutdown.
Circumstances change, but the data remains. Always.
If there's any fighting. Time to fight, Guardian. What do you need? This was made for you.
Keep it together, Arcite. Nothing to shoot here.
Excuse me, sir.
Iron Banner.
Keitel's legionaries are watching, Guardian. Show them why they should stay on our good side.
Well, that was lucky. My grenade actually got a kill. I was just hoping it would lock off the path.
The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Gotta be up top. Oh, I see that. Thanks for that cleanup.
You are in control. Show them what that means.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Oh, that was a good one.
Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
You are in control. Show them what that means.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Bye-bye. Still in the laser, it doesn't matter too much. But this matters.
That's two.
Fusion grenade. Lovely. That was smart.
The flames are lit, and you are the prey. Another hunt will come soon. Keep the pressure and you have them.
Okay, that's smart going high. Cheese toast. Because he has to do point click.
Now you are the hunted.
Teammates are slouching.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. One minute remains.
Bye-bye.
30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Fuck your nah. How did he do that?
Seconds. Can't win them all. The world faced myriad hardships in the Dark Age. Defeat was a constant. You can overcome it too.
Oh, thank you.
Iron Banner. Prove you're ready for what comes.
That was actually kind of hilarious. Ran right into me to lose all the shield. There's more in it than I expected. Holy boy.
Fires are lit. Find your prey and end them.
Yes, team. Yes, this is how you do it. Work together. Oh no.
Quiet. Return to the fight. hunted. 5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
There he is.
Another hunt will come soon.
Pushed me to my death. Like, what's your frickin'... And then that dude, man, what's your frickin' thinking, teammates? Stop pushing your own team. You're gonna get a win turning into a frickin' loss. Like that prick right there behind me. I'm trying to back up into safety, and what does he do? Push. Wow. Happens a lot to whoever's watching. It's just very exciting.
That shut them down. Minutes left.
See?
Another hunt will come.
They push
soon.
you in to die, and then things turn around and you start failing, and then they never smarten up. Oh, he's up high.
The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. You are in control. Show them what that means. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight.
Come on. Nope. Back up, team. Back up, back up. Retreat, retreat, retreat.
1 minute remains. You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Dawn's coming, Guardian. Finish this. hunter's instinct. Kindred spirits, the two of you.
That is lucky. They are so lucky. Wait, what? Wrong button, sorry. Why did that? Why is it saying that? Literally, look, season pass active. That's creepy to see. Okay, good though. That's actually activating there. Oh, that had me worried a little bit. Defeat with arc. Okay, I haven't set up my arc yet. What's this? Kinetic and arc. Good. How do I... Aha, there it is. Now it's showing me on the right side. Swap name. Okay, you can load any second now.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, you're back. So you know you're made a moderator when you're watching my YouTube channel, by the way. Okay, what the heck is this? Wow, I've never seen this. It's never been this buggy. It sounded like it was loading me somewhere. That's... Oh, ay, ay, ay. Can I get into my Iron Banner match this time?
Iron Banner.
Kylo's gladiators whisper about you between matches. They think you're unkillable. Prove them right.
I thought that was a teammate. That is very well played.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well.
Pulling the trigger and
the flames have gone cold.
What else does it want to go on today?
Strong. Five minutes remain. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Behind the corner. How did that bullet bend? Yeah, something weird is going on tonight, like crazy.
How
so
you were the one
questionable things happening.
The hunt has ended.
was literally behind the wall. Guess what that means?
3 minutes left. You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. Now you are the wolf. The hunt. Down. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Remains. If they prevail, it won't be because you bad bait. Keep fighting.
Don't push me, team. Don't be pushing me. No.
They got the better of you. The Iron Lords never stopped.
Is finally
nor you.
This one's still better. Wait, rounds comes knockback and overpen. Max range 45.
Iron Banner.
The Scions are running the odds on your victory, Warlock. Wait until they see you fight.
Their momentum. Keep pushing. The hunt has ended. All of you together, like Iron Lords.
Yep, this is a good tight Randy. Teammates, pay attention. For frick's sake. Like, I thought I'm the one half asleep here. Okay, that was fun. Sneak up behind.
The flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Thought those were going to track way farther back.
Five minutes left. Sound tactics so far.
Only one of those hit. At least three of them should have.
The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The hunt has ended. The hunt is on. This is your end. Fight well. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. I can see why Ikora likes you. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them.
Get pissed off a real word.
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Three minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. The fires are lit. Find your prey and end them. The hunt has ended.
I thought I had the upper hand in here.
That's two. Hear the howls and no fear. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. One minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Don't let up till it's over. Seconds. Stay on them. Victory is yours. More victories like this will carry the Iron Banner into a new age.
Offhand, what? Oh, from the hip. No, no. Oh. I thought that was an actual armor piece. It's just an armor look. Okay. Oops. Didn't even go that far back. I wanted to see what this new remote was. Look through the void or not look through the void. Let's go good old 140 RPM hand cannon. This gun, I think that's one, even though technically it doesn't. This Malfeasance isn't a weapon of sorrow. This is also counting as a weapon of sorrow that I have. And it pairs with this. And the coolest thing is with this gun, the Osteostriga. Poison final blows, return ammo to the mag, and landing a final blow multiple precision hits triggers a burst that poisons nearby enemies. Well, that counts as the same as if I do a melee. So it pairs very well with the criticals.
Iron Banner. Whose fighting spirit will survive the day? Show me. the wolf. Finish the hunt. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Stand strong.
Jeez. I hit my crouch, which is circle, and somehow it hit my jump button,
come soon.
which ain't circle.
5 minutes left. Sound tactics.
Team, stop pushing for fuck, man. How do you like it, Rogue? You guys shot a couple extra times. How do you fucking like it? No, get your ass out front, chicken shit. Get your ass... Don't run away like a coward. Where is this thing? What? Oh, there it is. That is literally sabotage. Crazy.
The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. Even light can fade. 3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Another hunt will come soon.
Why is my void soul not leaving?
That shut them down. The hunt is on. If this is your end, fight well. Another hunt will come soon.
He's waiting for me. I'd really like to know why this game reloads and I don't even touch my reload button. I did that time.
The wolf's howl may be the last thing you hear. The flames have gone cold.
But every time I'm literally get into a better spot. And it's not. Cloud strikes the sniper.
1 minute. Victory is within your grasp. Fight. Now you are the wolf. Finish the hunt.
See? Like that. That's how that void soul is supposed to go.
Seconds. Stay on them. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over. The flames have gone cold. Good. The original Iron Lords may be gone, but I can see the future is safe in your hands.
Even when they try and mess me over, it still don't work too easy. Oh, look how fast that dude left. Almost 1 in the morning here. It's 12:43. I'll finish my stream off with some Gambit, because that's what I do a lot of. Okay, good. I was about to say, well, what happened to the one I actually had? Huh. Would have been good if not for that sulking wolf for me. This will do for Gambit.
bring a sword. Welcome to Gambit. I always wanted a pet hive. The Ascendant plane must have all kinds of them. I'm oversharing. Transmat Prime. Get ready for a firefight, brother, and drop those motes in the bank.
This gun's supposed to work.
Incoming at the depot! Heading over.
Bigs, whatever the heck you want to call yourself. You have 15. You need to block. Stop being fooled.
Moat's draining. The blockers must die, brother. I spot a high
Typical. I gotta do everything in this game mode.
Hey, you're losing moats. Ice the blockers.
That ever actually helped seems to be dead.
Hostiles incoming at the cavern. Portal's up. Go take them out. Embrace the darkness. Take out those guardians. Down. Bringing you back. Good hunt. 2 for 1. Woo! High value target is down. Get those moats to the bank. It's time for a primeval. Ready. Grab your gun. Primeval's here. Kill it and win this. On the field. Careful. Hey, fight dirty. I like it. Enemy invader down. Free to hunt. Off the field. Invaders here. Brace yourself. Get him next time. Invaders here. Brace yourself. You didn't start that fight. You finished it.
Come on, where's the portal?
The team has a primeval. You've got to finish first. You gained the lead.
There it is. Took you long enough, Drifter.
Embrace the darkness. Take out those guardians. One down. Ten seconds. Bringing you back. Good hunt.
I wasn't gonna risk it back to something bad. Above you, Juice. Julie. Whatever your name is, sorry. He's on the onboard. On the onboard.
Allies headed to the other side. Invaders out. You'll get them next time. Your invaders down. They're coming back to you. Evil's not long for this world. Burn it down and take this game. You're invading. Make a mess. down. Sometimes I forget you've killed a god or two. Hey, try not to clear these Gambit arenas so fast. It takes work to lure these guys all the way out here to fight you. Ding, 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 ding. Fallen on the horizon. Hey, you're gonna love this. They say the fallen whirlwind was worse than the collapse. I say they deserve it. Transmat ready. Give me those motes and I'll make you rich, brother. I promise. Hostiles at the trees.
Think you can outsmart me in old school game history? Nope.
Incoming wave at the ruins. Whack the blockers! Portal's ready. Go say hello.
Come on, team. I just need one more.
The trees.
For fuck's sakes.
Invader on the field. Careful. Allies headed to the other side.
You chicken
Enemy
shit.
Invader is down.
You chicken shit. You're gonna lose our
target
ult.
identified. Get him.
Man.
Your invader is down. Pulling them back.
You just wasted our moats. The moats you stole from me, kid.
Hostiles inbound at the beach. Invader incoming. Portal's up.
What the hell? Let me through that portal thing.
You're invading. Make a mess.
Oh, I'm gonna make a mess.
That's one. Enemy invader down. High value targets running. Get it. Bringing you back. Good hunt. Primeval compromised. Burn it down. You gained the lead. Your allies invaded. Primeval compromised. Burn it down. Your allies down. Took someone with them. Vader inbound. Hunt. Primeval compromised. Focus your fire.
Stupid teammates.
They wanted a fight. You gave it to them. Enemy invader down. You could relax. Your allies invading. Your allies down and out. They're heading back. The lead's yours. Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Directly behind me, huh?
Opposing team's about to win. And that's it. opposing team took out their primeval.
How long for a reset? 8 hours. Jeez. Any challenges available? 13 in the helm. Catch fish with most maximum. Oops. Inventory. Where's the fisher? Anything? Still on the throne world right now? Okay, then let's get some fish. Go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, stream. It's gonna be a little bit boring, but I'll stay on while I'm fishing here. It's a bit boring because before I even get there, I gotta roll myself a smoke. And in the throne world, there's only one fast travel spot, so I'm gonna have to get there. There's a hoped. Smoking weed, smoking weed. Since we're here...
Hey, yeah. Good stuff.
All the collectible moths. They weren't easy to get. A few of them I had to wait a little bit for the next phase of things to happen. Because I was gathering them back on 2/22/22. Smoke's almost packed. It's about time. Creed, I wonder if we did that on purpose. 'Cause that spell.
Hot tip, Guardian. You're about to be up to your ghost and scorn. And those ugly little ghouls gotta carve through you before they bug me. Play nice.
I don't wanna MR you. I'm gonna ignore you. That's hilarious, I just realized that. Ignore you, MR you. And I just turned myself into a Dr. Seuss.
You're clean. Mara's off. Yeah, you gotta figure she sees every Awoken as her puppet. I'm just saying. The first step to cutting strings is learning to see it.
What does that make you then, Finch? Traveler's toy? There's an event, I may as well just finish my smoke. But that's the sad part about the fishing stuff. When there's one of the public events active, Mission Con disappears. Is that thorn in his hand? Huh. It's actually a shotgun. Interesting.
I figure with you and me being such good friends, you could go resolve it. Thanks, pal.
Commander incoming. Is that you, Turkey? Here we go. There it is. Please, let me be lucky enough to get that one fish I'm missing.
Amassing nearby. Send him packing.
Wait, no. The fish was under this.
Pyramid super weapon is no more.
Yeah, wow, good work. You can bet there'll be another soon. Like you Vanguard folks say, stay vigilant, Guardian.
Hello.
My hidden report more Scorn movement in your area, Guardians. Your eager and aggressive response is appreciated.
another Pyramid superweapon down for the count.
And another day protecting the throne world from destruction. Good work, Guardian.
Excuse me. Really? This controller's starting that again. EDZ and Nessus, huh? Oops, open strand. Controller power do I have left? Yeah, it's definitely just my stick drilling left.
Nemesis Tactical. Dive green. The bulk of Sivorath's forces flood into Titan to keep us from cementing a meaningful foothold. Your mission is to push into enemy lines, recover and secure as much egregore coral as you can at this depth, and then cripple the occupying force.
Roger that. Guardian, you go left, I go right. If we hit at the same time, they won't know where to focus a counterattack. Guardian. I'll draw away their commander while you get the job done.
Blade is an invitation.
The dream. Consolidate the defense.
Watch out, Guardian. You've got incoming.
I hate people that don't know how to read objectives and follow. Simple fucking stuff. You guys really screwed our score over. Better not do as poorly against the boss here.
Bound by war, conquered from trickery, I invoke your death!
You're done, Fire Team. All objectives secure and all targets eliminated. Establishing transmit relay.
You've got a good team on this, sir. Even the Drifter.
I agree. You can rely on any one of them to see this through. Even the Drifter.
And then they don't even stay around to give you anything. Stupid people.
out, fire team. This is tactical. Dive green.
Fire team, we've located a high concentration of egregore coral behind newly drawn enemy lines.
Same stuff, different day. Can you see us from way up on that Cabal ship, Valis Saladin?
Yes, fly like Lady Yulder and leave nothing in your wake.
The pressure down here fossilizes the egregore. Looks like blue stone. Harvest what you can, and I'll keep their main guns off your back.
My blade is an invitation.
is crawling with Hive and Taken. Let's head down and dodge some of this heat. Saladin, what shifted your opinion on the Cabal? You don't strike me as someone who likes to try new things.
I'd wager it's the same thing that made you trust an outcast worm. The actions of individuals. Actions that held to their words. There's a sense of honor. We build kinship in common cause. Others can remind us why we fight, if we can learn to stand beside them.
You're on site, Guardian. I'll draw away their commander while you get the job done.
your shelves. Descend and keep your weapons close.
All egregore samples are safe in containment. Ready to punch a hole out of here?
Kudazan, bound by war, conquered from trickery, I invoke your death!
Accomplished. Sloan, settle a bet for me. Fought in Twilight Gap, did you not?
And helped build the wall with Shax and Saint before that. What's wrong? Memory getting fuzzy in your old age?
It's all one long fight to me. The individual skirmishes start to blend together. I remember the losses.
Yeah. Sure felt like the whole world was against us in those early days. Well, I remember you and Osiris coming around occasionally with the Iron Lords. Never did help us with the wall, though.
We helped hold it after it was built. I've always been more soldier than Mason. And now I owe Saint money.
Wow. Brother Vance, his name hasn't been said in a long time. City's map. Oh wow. Oh.
salvaging might have drawn some unwanted attention. Tell them to go mind their own business. Something's down here, lurking in the weird. Shake it up, see what comes out. Is it true you found yourself a suit of power armor a while back? Don't suppose you could find another?
I remember that armor. Golden Age tech, very advanced. Huh. It fused itself to me, boosted my strength, speed, agility, endurance. Until it ran out of juice, that is. Then I had to rip myself out of it to keep moving. Tore up my internal organs, made a nasty mess. My ghost had a hell of a time putting me back together. So, I guess the armor had some design flaws. Still interested in scoring one?
You know, I think I'll pass.
I should probably head to bed. 3 in the morning. Good night.